Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows. A little bit late today, I suppose. Oh, hang on. I will deal with all of the things I like to do. There we are. A little bit of lighting. Oh, also, today you can see behind me that firewood is here. That's what I've been doing over the last week or two, is all the stuff around that. First, dealing with the dumpster situation so that there was room for me to have firewood again, and then getting the firewood in and bringing a bunch of it in, restacking it, all that kind of stuff. And it's looking good. I got to fuss with it a little bit more, which I wasn't able to do yesterday, before arranging to get another cord of firewood, because I want to not be short on it, because heating oil is going to be ridiculous this coming winter. And yeah, the reason that I won't call it late, this doesn't count as late, but definitely post-noon, is because I was all up in the Godot audio chat as part of one of their bi-weekly meetings. And in the middle of that, and also a private Discord server conversation about plugin coding using AI, that is what some of my peers are up to, which proved quite interesting. And also, I managed to debug some stuff about Purist Console 4 this morning. So I'm quite pleased about that. I still have a little to do on Console X3 to get that to work properly. So I'll be jumping into that a little bit going forwards, and we'll see where it all leads, I suppose. Hey, Hank Scully. Yep, and that's one of the people who is in the Godot chat. So, hey, good to have you. And that is the thing. Is Yank Scully, if you would like to look into any method at all of tinkering with Consolidated, you'll be quite welcome to tinker with Consolidated. Just know that Bacon Paul will have a look at any pull request you do. And normally the pull requests for Consolidated are things like, make it do this or that, or I want these controls to default to thus and so, or I want an additional dry wet control added to it, or whatever, is usually what that is. And what you will be looking at is more along the lines of making another output type. And it already produces clap and VSD2, and it produced the continuous integration, builds things like signed audio units for the Mac. I think it also signs VST3s for the Mac. I know that I signed VST2s for the Mac. And I do not believe that he signs on Windows, because it is a giant pile of mess, signing for Azure. So people normally simply don't do that. And the question becomes, firstly, would you be needing to build an entire Consolidated based subsystem where you bring that in, much like with the shared libraries, as a single chunk, and then every single plugin is available? Because the Gate plugin that I saw, by way of example, what I'd be doing if it was me doing it, and this is not impossible, but it's not, you look at Consolidated, that's not my doing. I don't know how to program that one. But what I would be doing would be like the Gate one, where all of my stuff would have a new output. And I'd have to go to some sort of system or run some sort of script, probably a very elaborate script. But that's how Bacon Paul started with Consolidated, was a script that was able to go through my code base, and it reads the VST2 code base and basically goes through and parses everything into a form that gets turned into consolidated. So I'd be looking for either a way of, and I would be independently interested in this. If rather than interacting with consolidated directly, you're interested in parsing how it goes about doing its thing and coming up with even a Godot-based program that knew to go and dredge through, say, a VST2 library, because I have like my local copy of the GitHub repository. So if I had a Godot program that you could run that would simply go through, parse all of the VST2s and produce Godot asset store style plugins in a separate directory, I would quite happily go and build that directory into my GitHub repository, just in an additional folder, and point people to that. It depends. Like, the difference between that and what Bacon Paul did is Bacon Paul's thing runs on his own server and is dependent upon continuous integration. If I had a program that just did the same basic thing as what Paul has done, but took the VST2, for instance, and parsed it into a similar, like it would just go and build files based on parsing the difference between the one and the other, and built a whole separate little folder structure that was that would produce the asset store ready materials, I would absolutely run that, and it wouldn't even be part of consolidated. It would be something that I would run every week, because it would be on the lines of building the Linux ones. I build the Linux ones, 3 different forms of them every week. Or at least I build them every time I have new ones to add. And so I'm running a script on a virtual machine that's running an Intel Linux. And I run a script on a Raspberry Pi 4, and I run a script on a Raspberry Pi 5. And these in parallel produce the new binaries, which I put out as on that basis. I would absolutely run another script each week, just build it in my routine, if it meant being able to produce asset store ready things. And if it was running on my machine, all it would have to do is run in the directory that I'm uploading to GitHub, and then my usual routine would upload those new things as well. And it would be hosted on GitHub alongside everything else. So yeah, that's where that stands. So Yank Skelly, by next Godot meeting, let me know if any of those seem like they would be something you'd like to do. I'll roll with whatever somebody else is willing to do, because I have plenty on my hands keeping the Airwindows codebase going. But yeah, anything that you'll do along those lines is extremely welcome. So for now, as I've said, I am going to instead move over to what I was already doing. And I don't think I need calculator open anymore. And what I should do here, by way of demonstration, is open something that is not copyrighted material. I've been doing my comparisons using stuff ripped out of my record library, but I can't be playing those there. What we'll do is we'll open up this. I get to play this all day long because it's mine. And I will demonstrate what I've done this morning. If I can. So the idea with this, and you'll hear that over the funny little speaker that I made, that In fact, listen to that. It's making a funny noise. Let's see what I can do with that. Don't mind me fussing with stuff. This, of course, is the device I'll be using today. Unless I can't, we'll find out. We'll find out together. If I scrunch this up real close, it'll be quite loud. I am honestly looking forward to trying to build more studio mains using that technique. There's a couple of tweaks that I have in mind that I'd like to try. It worked out pretty well, all things considered. And if I hit bypass, you see we have much the same sound. So that's Purist Console 4. So there is a difference between that and the one that I'm working on today. I'm working on Console X3 today. And I have a difference in behavior, which I'd like to get to the bottom of. I'm not quite sure why it's doing this, but it is doing this. This is flat. Notice how it's a lot quieter now? And if I only run pre, it's doing the same thing. Note that it is not exactly 6 dB down. So that's something of a problem. If it was behaving exactly the same way as the Purist console, I'd have the same volume level again, but I don't. Again, here we are. So every stage of this is cutting it down, but not quite by 6 dB. And they stack. So I've got a gain trim issue in here somewhere that I need to figure out where it is coming from and why it is doing what it is doing. So what I did to get this to behave, and we're looking at console pre, but it's much the same for whichever, really. Here's console 4 channel again. I ended up solving some of the stuff I was running into the other day. So here's console 4, and it is using longhand and the ArcSine version of longhand, as we see here. I should bring my horrible little fly-catching vacuum cleaner in here. But for now, I'll try to just focus. I'll do my best to focus. Here's the active code in console 4 channel and console 4 bus. See, we've got just one gain stage. We've got a gain and a pan. And here's what I did to make it change. I want it so that it's unity gain if everything is at 0.5. This is a bit of a change over other versions of Console X that I've done, etc., but not that much of one. It's possible that what I should be doing is looking for the console processing here, which in Purist Console 4 I'm replacing with a sign-based behavior. Much like earlier, Purist Consoles just used sign directly and assign directly and clamped it either to pi2, which is this, or clamped it to -1 to 1 for the arcsign version, because you have to. Honestly, with this workaround version, I'm not sure I even have to clamp it to 1. I think I might have a little bit of leniency in there as far as being allowed to use slightly louder outputs. But this is the part that proved the problem from last week. Because last week I was doing this and didn't entirely work. And I had a bunch of stuff to do. I have to port all of these to VSTs in order to enable the whole machine and get everything working. I've done over Dynamics 3 about 12 times by now. Technically more like twice, but it seems like 12 times. And I've done BezEQ over again, etc., 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 all for the purpose of getting Console X3 available so that I can start fooling with it. Only to be greeted by the gain staging being completely wrong. And so now what I've done here is get this gain staging to be working. But it's not quite the same for Console X3. So that probably means I need to look into how it's doing its processing. And that's clearly what's going on. Honestly, that might be where I was finding one of these little variables that I'm not using here. What I've done is simplify this gain and pan system that lives in Purist Console 4 channel and bus. What you're looking at is I went and I did the math for if pan is constructed by this sign technique where it maxes out at mpi2. So it goes from 0 to mpi2 or the reverse. And then the sign means it goes from 0 to 1. And so that's our maximum values there. And then we've got a gain, which originally was param fade times 2, because its intermediate position was 0.5, and I decided that that should be unity gain, should be 0.5. The combination of those two things ended up being much, much quieter. And so 2.8 is the same as 0.5 being like 1.404 or something along those lines. That being the amount of compensation you need to do for the middle position of pi, the middle position of the pan pod, being like 0.707 or something like that. All of my, I think I've gotten myself confused between corrections for pan and probably what is the correction for the console X3 and X2 and X and H and 9, encode and decode. Because I have that going on. And I think it's just close enough that it confused me about what I was actively doing. I can probably even show you what that looks like too. But not here, because I'll have taken it back out again. See, that's currently not there. So there's pre, there's channel, and I've already taken that out again. See, it's built in to do a compensation for this so that if both of these are at 0.5, you got unity gain on either channel. And then it just adjusts from there. Honestly, I could make it so that unity gain was with the fader being cranked all the way up, meaning that it only attenuates. Because I'm kind of finding a lot of the time in mixing, all of my mixing has ended up with the faders being less than 1. And it has me wondering. It has me wondering whether maybe my fader should be full crank for balance. That would be a change in behavior. Let's go and quickly look at another one of these. We'll look at another one of these and see what we're looking at. And I'll close all of this stuff. We don't need to worry about this, but I do need to go and build it again. So let's close all of these while we're at it. And I'm going to see whether I can't walk through some of these things around being ready to put some of this stuff out. Have the VSTs made of it, be able to go forward with it, rather than just debugging it. So that part of my process involves building these, if I sound terrible, forgive me. It's drinking coffee and grinding away at all these different things. Should keep cough drops on hand or something. But anyways, so Purist console bus component, channel component. And then I can option drag those to the folder. They're not actually any different. This is the situation upon which I can bring this stuff and have it ready to release. Ooh, looking for Rome. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering, is whether that would be a better idea. And I don't think a lot of people will get angry. Because the way the systems work, I've got it set up so that I'm used to having the faders be in the middle, for unity gain. But it makes a lot of sense to simply, and honestly, in this new version of Console X, I do have the facility on it. You know what that suggests is that should apply for Purist Console 4. And that would involve a change. Let's see whether we have a change in store. So what would that mean? It would mean this. It would mean smooth continues to be 0.5. Pan continues to be 0.5, but my default fader would go to the 1. I'm warming to this idea. Longest word, it's been a couple of years since, well, no, has it been a year since I put out one of these? Oh, hey, TBS Drink Team, fair enough. Peace from Greece. Peace to Greece, to you. We'll walk through this stuff a little bit and see where it takes us. So we've now got that defaulting to 1. Smoothing is fine. Here's the part. Here's where this gets changed. And we might be looking at this making sense and being good. I'll find out. Bong it goes. Forgive me for the bong. Didn't mean it. We build another one. That is now set up so that the default fader for fader is full crank. Do the same on bus. Default has to be set to 1. See, the reason I had room for boost on the bus was because I had post-mix clipping in there. That said, for console X3, it's an exact clone between channel and bus, meaning that the bus has tape hack on the output for driving into, and that has a boost control, and there's also a gain trim built in. So there would be a gain trim on the bus if you needed it. Meaning I can just incorporate this. And that exact correction is what you need if pan is set to 0.5 to make it so it's unity gain on the way out. And so that means these are now the outputs. These go away. And these get brought over. And then copied into the component folder. And we've now adjusted Purist Console 4 so that unity gain on the fader is full crank. And then we get to back it down. Oh, be as hyped as you like. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Have I touched distressor? I have a distressor. I have not yet tried to do things to mimic it. I don't have a Neve 1073, although I do have the Heritage Audio successor, which is, I think, a diode bridge alike. I do my own tape thing, so I'm not interested in Neve's tape thing. And anyway, the thing that for hardware tape things, the Walters Audio one is the one you want. He really came up with something cool. In fact, it developed into part of what's happening in tape hack. And then eventually the newest version of 2-tape that came out. And Pultecs are simply a capacitor inductor topology. To do stuff like that in digital, unless you're going to do fancy things involving modeling the transformer, which is always worth trying, I suppose. The way to do a Pultec alike in the digital domain is to do something that is extremely clean and doesn't involve a lot of overprocessing, in the way that a Pultec in the analog domain is not too much overprocessing. So yeah. So we've just done Purist Console 4. Technically, we could run with this and kind of continue along the same lines. In fact, I think that is what I'm going to do. Ooh, there shouldn't be a param pan on this one. Yeah, let's update that. Yep. We're good. So fade now goes from 0 to 1. and it defaults to 1. We shouldn't have a pan control anywhere in here. That was a small detail that needed amending. So now if I look in here, rather than having that compensation for the pan pot, instead we're just doing this. And gain is going to be 0 to 1, so we don't multiply by 2 because we're not trying to make the 0.5 position be unity gain anymore. Meaning it should build, and I think it has. And then the stuff that I've done with this is add all these parentheses here. And one of the things that I had to do to get it to work was take the entire output of that and multiply it by 0.5. That's what made the Purist Console 4 one be fixed, and which is pretty straightforward. And then here's our output fader gain. So that's going to end up being 1 most of the time, and I honestly don't know why it still has a gain trim issue, but we'll work. That's for later today. Later today, I'll sort that out. But what I'm going to do here is start to get ready for having this be ready to go. But we'll start by plinking that on the desktop, and then I'll copy it over as needed. But first I'm going to go through these and make the change that I needed to make. Like this again. This one has a pan pot, so this one is going to use the other thing. I've set it to 1. All that's fine. Don't need to change any of that. And where... Okay, these things are apparently not smoothed in quite the same way. But these things are. And this is where we make that turn into the fader that you have to turn up all the way to get unity gain. I'm far from a professor, but thank you for the compliment anyhow. And let's see, we can build that. If I look down at the bottom here, I'll see that we're still using just gain L and gain R. That's smoothed. This might be where things require trim. I'm not sure, but this might be where things require trim. Thing is, it's trimming in the opposite direction I was expecting. I'll tell you what that means in a moment. First order of business is to get it to do this thing properly. I apologize for talking gibberish, but that is always what happens when I start actually doing anything. Is language goes away, and we're all going to live with it together. For now, I'll put channel right above pre, because they're technically in alphabetical order, and we're going to copy them all over to the components folder once I have them on the desktop. And it's quite funny that I'm doing this, because we're not going to keep these ones on the desktop, but that's where I'm putting the ones that are ready to go into distribution. Lastly, bus. Default fader has to go to 1. we're not actually fixing everything about this yet. And then the only other change should still be, and it is still in my paste buffer, pan will pad this means that goes to there. I can successfully build it, and it's going to look exactly the same as the other, where my final gain trim is this. And all this other processing is after what lives in the very top of the file. But, no, that's code. See, up here we're doing this code for the decode of the console system, the bit that's the same everywhere. You'll notice it is between all of the audio processing code. The output hits this as the final thing, and then the bus input hits this before the first thing for audio trim. And then all the audio stuff gets to bypass if it turns out it needs to bypass. And then we have this running as the control smoothing engine. And that's because even at the default of 0.5, we're not necessarily updating the controls as fast as they would if we were updating it for every DAW buffer cycle, especially if you're running a pretty low latency setup. It'll be several buffer cycles before the first control update if this is set to a well-smoothed context. And this is me looking at what some of these things do and or mean. I don't know if this needs adjusting. This is a steepness factor. And our expensive control calculations include where the threshold lives. So I guess the setting that we do up here is kind of meaningless. We're applying it, but we're actually doing the threshold within the Bezier section. Reses do not get done within the Bezier section, which is not to say we couldn't run them there, but mostly we're not. We're running the step down. It does make me wonder whether I should be running this inside the control smooth section, but that's the thing for another day. And this is the console decode. So now my question is, having made this and corrected it for what's in console 4 being a sine and arcsine pairing rather than what we have here. And we'll close it and we'll go and find this and we will drag it to the desktop. And then the next thing we're going to do, let's just drag these to the components folder. I know I'm going to be making new ones, so boom. So now we've got a little fussing to do. Oh, absolutely. Another fast question. Other plans, a new transient designer would probably be a 0.2. And having clipping or soft clipping in there is not a bad idea. That's a pretty sensible idea because transient designers can give you really aggressive peaky sounds. God, excuse me. With all the coffee I drink, you'd think I wouldn't be yawning on streams. So my next step is to go and amend my saved versions of these. Because it needs to do this. Now all the faders go to 1, and I need to resave it. And now if I load up that effect stack, it should straight up give me the changes that I've made. Where dry, live, and open any one of them. And we have a nice linear taper. Same thing for console X3, and we should be good. So there's a reason that I am going for a linear rather than a tapered. This is not doing a log taper, and there's a reason for that. My notion of how the fader travel should go is not so much that you should have similar increments for how fast it drops in volume. Like you drop the fader 1 inch and it's 6 dB, and you drop it another inch and it's another 6 dB, and you drop it another inch and it's another 6 dB, and so on. What I'm thinking, and this could be a wild idea, so I mean, Stan, feel free to correct me. This is very fixable if it turns out that that's not a popular idea. I would rather have it be a linear travel, because at any given moment, if something is on the louder side, I even exaggerated this earlier. In an earlier version, I exaggerated it. If you're making small adjustments to a mix, I would like there to be a maximum amount of sensitivity up where people are actually using the gain. No, the difference there, here we could also do, let's pretend this is just the very first fader. I can make it so this amplitude is what you get at this position. That it goes to there. And that would be more of a log taper. And then to get this loudness, you'd go to there, or maybe I've got that backwards. Pan seems to be behaving as predicted. Pan laws behaving itself correctly. Also, this is what the smooth does. It's a very slow smooth. Default smooth. It's fast enough to respond immediately, but slow enough to not have any zipper noise. And you can go even faster if you want. Or impossibly slow. That's slow enough that nothing's going to get zipper noise no matter what you do with it. And very rattly on this track it is too. So now we've got fader up there. And we're done with Purist Console, although there is the VST to update as well, but that's a pretty straightforward thing. But what's on my mind is not so much that, it's earlier versions of Console. In fact, I can probably even look at Console X2 and find what I'm looking for. Although I suppose I could be mistaken, maybe I can't find it, but I'm going to see whether I find it. See, this is the same as going mpi_2. Here is a fader that is designed for 0.5 to be the intermediate position. And these are doing a bunch of this calculation in the processing loop rather than in the control loop. So since it's X2 channel, we're going to have our gain stuff sitting over here. So in this case, gain L and R are becoming this. It's doing the earlier version of control smoothing that doesn't work as good. And it looks like we're not actually making any adjustments, which is curious, but here we are. So we've got automatically, this is the adjustment that I had before where boosting past 0.5 gives you a bit of a logarithmic taper. Boosting less than 1 gives you like an anti-logarithmic taper. And I'm not bothering with that now. I am wondering to myself a little bit whether I would like to be building the logarithmic taper into it or not. Because the thing is, Airwindows will take advantage of that. Airwindows and Reaper is how I run this stuff. And if I build the taper into the control, it will affect how Airwindows balances tracks. Because what it's going to do is read each input level as it is on the control surface, map that to the controls, and then if you've got like 2 controls assigned to the same slider in Airwindows, it will set each of those to half of what the original one would have been. And I keep finding when I'm working with this stuff that I keep having all of these faders way the heck down. And I've got plenty of travel in my faders, but I still wonder as to whether that's what I want. So what that basically means is if I am combining, I might be able to talk my way out of this one, and then I'm going to go and use the restroom because I've been drinking all the coffee. I'm honestly tempted to go for another cup of espresso. It's just barely not too late for me to get away with that this afternoon. Give it a try. But the problem that confronts me is if I'm running Airwindows and it is assigning levels on faders to the fader position is going to be position of the control surface divided by X assigned to the fader. So if I've got control surface position to be 0.5, and then the output becomes 0.5, which is what you would expect, and then I have 4 channels to that particular fader. Or let's say one channel, I have it cranked up all the way to 1. If I have the control surface cranked all the way to 1, so if there is a single channel, it's going to result in 1, and the output will be assigned to console X as 1. If they're linear, and I have 4 of them, it will assign each of those instances to 1 divided by 4. So they will all go to 0.25. In theory, the question becomes, do I need to keep it linear so that the output of all of those tracks sums to the same as the original? Or do I give the tracks a taper so that they fade more naturally? But then will that screw up Airwindomation so that if you have large numbers of tracks assigned to the same fader, they all become unrealistically too quiet? And how different is that from the behavior of previous console systems, some of which I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at this console system right now. It has a gain trim issue in the panning where stuff panned to the center is not actually going to work as expected. And I want to find out whether I'm compensating for that in any way, because I feel like I might be. Discontinuity should be bypassed. Perhaps it's not. No, EQ is bypassable. Discontinuity is bypassable. This gets lumped into one thing. Oh, okay, interesting. Ah, okay, I see what's happening. I'm trying to find where I have a gain trim in here somewhere. I'm not sure that I do. Let's close this then. Let's close it and go to console 9. See whether I have a gain trim in here. Looks a little bit so here is something that has carried its way over into console X3, and then I ended up getting rid of it. Why did I have this? This makes me very curious. Let's load it up and see what it actually does. Maybe everything's been a little screwy from the very beginning. We can but try. We'll find out. We'll find out what it did. Here's an example of console 9. Shouldn't need span for this. And in fact, we can run both instances because everything's set flat. This is supposed to be unity gain. Let's see if it really is or whether it is simply not. Okay, interesting. So as near as I can tell, that gain trim was meaningless. But is it because fader isn't doing what I think? No? We don't have the capacity to turn it up all the way either. That is not a fader that goes to 1.0. by default. Interesting. So basically what's going on here is I don't know where this number came from. This number is not the same number that you would use for compensating for the sine and the pan factor, and the fact that pan of 0.5 is different. Not only that, it's also a pad. This is not dividing by less than 1, it's multiplying by less than 1, so this is padding further, and I don't know why. Comes from something I was doing in here somewhere. And we are padding here. And I don't know why that is either. But it's all to the purposes of getting that summing system to work. And the summing system is the same regardless. So I think I've kind of got free rein. Give me a second. What we're going to do going into the afternoon here is firstly, and that's you, chat. Firstly, I'm going to load something up, hardly matters what. We'll do this. And put on some music so that I can go and make a cup of espresso, because I think I can get away with just one more cup of espresso before the day is on its final trajectory. And then we're going to go and figure out what I need to do in order to get the gain of console X3 to be unity gain with nothing engaged, nothing happening, and the faders at 1. Because currently it is not. Currently it does not give me that. And the thing about console, Purist Console 4 is now that does. I've got that perfectly balanced. And I do not have console X3 perfectly balanced. And neither was any of the previous ones for that matter. So it's like, that's fine. But given that I now have it doing unity gain throughout, and that everything previously had me padding it heavily, I might as well have it set up so that I boost the volume up until it matches. And I'll be finding out what that is and incorporating it. And until that point, well, hang on. I say that and then I'm forgetting some of my stuff. I need to set system out to SWB audio capture so it can go directly to stream. And run audio hijack so that a tiny peek of it can peek through. Just like that. And I'll be back. I'm going to make myself another espresso. And we'll run around doing bunches of stuff all the rest of the afternoon. But I'm taking a moment for recuperating. Be right back. Why can't I hear it? Oh, there we go. That's an annoying section. What am I doing? That's an irritating track. Let's not do that track. Let's do a different track. Industrial techno, I guess is what that was called. Let's do this one. We'll set a nice big section to loop. some espresso. Espresso acquired. Alrighty. So on that note, we can switch back over to the coding side of things. And I got some work to do. So the next order of business. The next order of business is going to be as follows. I think I can empty this trash. Not counting emptying trash, the next order of business. What is the volume cut we have here? For starters, let's temporarily normalize this waveform so that we know the output of it is going to be exactly 0 dB. Then we go to console X3, which we've now updated to do this. So if we bypass everything, we have just normalized that, so it should be giving me a peak of exactly 0 dB. Funnily enough, it's not doing that, and I don't know why. But what I do know is console X all by itself is cutting levels by close to, but not quite 6 dB. Interestingly, X3 channel is cutting by considerably less. And X3 bus is cutting by a lot more. And if you combine these two, our levels are way, 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 way down. So this is the version that does not have any processing. That's what we're looking at. We've got an input trim. That's working as normal. Looks like we have a maximum loudness here. Smooth works. And our Q factor should work too. We're going to lose EQ position. Also, everything needs to be rearranged, but that's another thing. So where's this level change coming from? It's even bigger when it's here, but it's still not quite 6 dB, is it? And more shouldn't be engaged. Tape-back shouldn't be engaged here. Compression shouldn't be engaged. The EQs shouldn't be engaged. And we also have the thing of taking out the EQ position. Because you remember last week, what was going on was I set up EQ position. And it does this. Like we can distort a little bit. We can compress a little bit. And then if we EQ, you can do all the EQ in front or behind. I'm not hearing enough of a difference. But if I am, I like this setting best. In front, behind everything. And I think that's going to be the best. That's in between everything. This doesn't get me out of needing to fix the gain level thing. I still got to fix the gain level thing. As fun as it is to be able to crank this up and do all manner of weird stuff with it, the gain level thing remains needing to be fixed. We can set it right back to default. Everything should be bypassed, and yet so this is a problem. I'm a bit at a loss to figure out where it's coming from. Did I save the console X? Well, I will now. Now we've got the fader set to 1. We're not going to save changes because that was unfortunate. That was about normalizing alien kittens, and then it didn't show me peaks going up to 0, although it was supposed to go up to 0, and I normalized it to make peaks go up to 0, and then it wouldn't show me peaks going up to 0, and that frustrates me very much. But what also frustrates me is my gain level seems to be completely wrong, and I'd like to know why that is. And there are ways I can start exploring that. Firstly, we do have this set up. This seems good. No problem there. I do wonder whether LH poles can be shifted in a different way than I'm doing it. Like, if I'm not going to have a 5-position switch for anything other than the gain trim, do I need to have a 5-position switch for this? Seems like maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need to have that. Oh yeah, no, this is not actually a vintage teacup. This is a teacup from Bed Bath & Beyond from when it went out of business. So the first thing I'm going to try is this. How much of this can I straight up bypass? We got compress, we got comp bypass. How many other things bypass? We got gain trim. We got all this, all this. If we do this, pre has shut everything off except for doing the Bezier control smoothing, applying the gain trim, and applying the output gain. In theory, if we do this, it will not cut the gain. The warnings are because I've gone far too far. Here we are. These are legitimate questions, Jess, that I'm in the process of finding out about, because turns out actually, no, I can literally just load up this. Ah, so it's not the fader. Fader works. Smoothing works. These are commented out. They do not work. Gain trim works. So whatever is causing this, it's not the fundamental gain built into the fader and pan. Not that we have a pan here, but if we did, it wouldn't be that. Everything else is off. So here's where we start incorporating more and more. Now we find out if the high pass and low pass were doing it. They should bypass themselves. In fact, they bypass themselves based on where you have them set. So you don't even run a bypass. It's going to bypass it when it's reached its bypassy point. If that makes any sense. If it doesn't, we'll just have to live with it, because that's the next thing to include. At what point do we get our massive cut in volume? Because that will show me where it needs to be amended. Not even bother with an output stack. We'll just do this direct. This is not where it comes from. And in fact, this now works. And as expected on some settings, it peaks out. But when left completely off, it is disengaged. So now the low pass and the high pass and the fader work. And that is not where our volume problems are coming from. So here's the middle section. We can get a little tricky here and find out if it's the compression or something. Ain't much left. We've got the Bezier Q3. And we've got dynamics. So that's dynamics, and this is tape hack. Goodbye dynamics, goodbye tape hack. What should be bypassed And that assumes Bezier more starts at 1 and goes beyond 1. If it doesn't, that explains everything right there. Here's where we create them. Yeah. And it's going to be a Bezier curve based on param more times 3 plus 1, meaning it will go from unity gain to 12 dB. Seems legit. Let's find out if it really was legit. So we've now got that, and we've bypassed both the compression and also the saturation. But we've left all the EQ. But we've not yet set up the EQ to not use that control. So if this works, next thing is to go and figure out whether it was the dynamics or whether it was the saturation. They're both supposed to bypass at default settings. And yet, so here is default, here is the EQ. The EQ is not giving us unity gain. What's up with that? We've got plenty of gain on tap. Alrighty, it's the EQ. Why is it the EQ? Is it the changes that we added to make it not be like the original version of the Bezier EQ? So now that we figured that out, we needn't worry about this other stuff. I feel I can trust that it bypassed. Although maybe that's a bit ambitious, but still, I feel like maybe I can trust that it bypassed. I could just go and update this. So I think what's going on here, and there is a quick way I can find out. I feel like my summing of putting the EQs back together has gone awry. Notice how we have high L times Bezier high, H mid L times Bezier H mid, L mid L times Bezier L mid, base L times Bezier base. Those are all supposed to be unity gain, and they're all being done through this subtractive business. But we have a ringer in here, which is the update to BezEQ, where it allows the cutoffs to go a little bit slower. And that comes from this. Without this, it sums to equal. So where do we get those? And technically, we can build this now, and there won't be as many warnings. Where do we get those? Well, these are frequency refs. DRes is built out of the frequency refs. That trim stuff and so on and so forth. All that's working fine. Here's where stuff gets a little trickier. It is making these compensations be less than 1. So we can effectively comment this out. Hey there, Carla. If we do this, we have just disabled the difference between the current BESIQ and the previous one. And we've still yet to include a BESIQ in a console version. This is the first. But this is the newly developed BESIQ rather than the one that's already come out. This is the one that's supposed to be an upgrade, except for my volume levels seem to not be answering properly. Which leads me to wonder what the difference is between the two. So, firstly, and it's been a while since we've seen any of this. Here's BESIQ 3. It's behaving as expected. And it also has the behavior I was trying to avoid. Where you cut something and it boosts the thing next to it. It's acting like my pointy guitar EQs. I didn't want this. This is out. You have this, but I didn't want this. I wanted a new update. Let's see whether the new update, which has not come out yet, shows the same behavior that is appearing. And look, we've been playing with it, clearly. It's doing some crazy thing. Nope. That's the new version. And that's not changing anything. So that's a bit confusing. On the other hand, I don't think this is using the Bezier filters. In fact, I know it's not because it doesn't have a smooth control. Because it doesn't have a smooth control, I know that it's not using the Bezier filters. So I've just built a version where it's not attempting to use the Bezier filters. Okay. Disabling that stopped it from being a thing. That is the same. So what is the difference between BESIQ 4, which seems to be fine? I see no problem with BESIQ 4. And this. that's the same that's in my code. Or at least let's double check. There, see, that should look about the same. Got like HMD res and so on, times 0.82. All of this is, in fact, literally the same code. So I'm going to look for differences up here. Specifically, I think I see a difference. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. So LM trim is one of my things, and the high Q, low Q, and mid Q are also things. When I change this from 1 to 0.84 with these other things in here, could it be that I'm not passing high mid ref and treble ref into here? Or are we assigning something to it? So this same code works elsewhere, but inside here it doesn't. Yeah. So that's amusing. Now I'm not referring to these parameters much in here. I still am, clearly. Okay, here's a difference. Here's a difference. In the one that works, it is just double. In the one that does not work, I'm making them be const, which I thought would be fine. What if that's not? Let's find out. Those are different things. Damn straight. That's a change. So if we're not actually okay with having them be const, then this would be different. Failing that, it is possible that they also don't exist past this area. Like we go into here and then we go into here and maybe they're not there anymore. Or maybe consts only work in the scope in which they're defined. Oh, also I see I have a comment from Decay. I have no idea what Equipboard says. I have no idea what that has to do with McAdee, and I have no idea what that has to do with 1202. Oh, if I missed a const. I've got Bez trim and HM. Well, no, that applies up here. Let's quickly build this and see if it did anything different. That's really the question is, did you do something different or are you just the same? It's fairly straightforward to find out. That's exactly what I'm going to do. The purpose of const is to make it so that the program can run a little faster. It's like a hint to the compiler. Alrighty, so this is the same EQ, the same code, with or without bypass, but all the rest of that stuff is the same. If changing the const was enough, this will be the same. Clearly it is not. So the next thing to try, since that was apparently fine, but I don't know whether it's being carried through. So, and we shouldn't be changing these anywhere. But here's where we're assigning this stuff. And we can stick these in here as well and see whether that's going to make it be any different. Notice that it was able to compile without saying a damn thing about redefining stuff. That suggests a little bit like this is enough of a separate scope that it wasn't finding these variables, though it was supposed to be able to find these variables. Let's see what we get. Again, it builds. It's not talking about redefined variable. And yet here we have exactly the same thing up here. That's a suspicious behavior right there. It should be going, we already have those. Why are you not using these? We've got these already. And yet it's not showing it. Plus, if these don't exist, then it's like 0 minus 0 or undefined minus undefined, meaning that my Q's are all the same 0.84 without anything added here. Let's see what we got. I've already built. Now let's see what we've got. I can always give those slightly different names just to emphasize the fact that they're acting like I have to build it in two different places. But first, let's see whether this did the thing that I thought it was supposed to do. Do we have comparable volume or do we not? We still don't. It wasn't that. This is puzzling. Curiouser and curiouser. So seemingly it was already fine. It doesn't care about that. If we set it to 1, we've defeated the problem. Where's the code? Here's the code. What's different between these and this? Well, the dereses are different, but that shouldn't be an issue. it really is the same code. I think. Is it? Well, we're making them be consts. Is this enough to screw everything up? Is it just that I feel like I should be able to stick consts in here? That shouldn't fix a thing. If I'm understanding correctly, that shouldn't fix a thing. It should be exactly the same as before. Of course, that's the question, isn't it? Is it exactly the same as before? Because that should have been, it should have done nothing. Nothing. And let's put it back to default. So we should have no gain change. Or rather, it should act the same as before. It is, in fact, acting the same as before. Okay. Here is a separate question. Could it be running lots of extra stages of this somehow? Because running the stages of the EQ were what was causing it. One of the things I meant to do was take out that EQ's position controller because I prefer the idea of having it just be the center position. That doesn't mean it's doing what I think it's doing. What it needs to do is act the same way as BezEQ4. I do have BezEQ4 working. To the best of my knowledge, I've copied what BezEQ4 does, with the following exception, because there, of course, is an exception. BezEQ4 runs through this 3 times. 0, 1, 2, and then at 3 it stops. Because it does it if p less than 3, and then it runs the thing, and once it's finished running the thing, plus plus is after p there, and so it runs it with p equaling 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then stops. There are enough array elements that it could run through that 3 times. What I'm trying to do in the Console X version is be a little tricky so that it is assigning the array elements differently each time. But there could be catches to this because, as you'll see, this stuff all the same, presumably. Here's the smoothing engine. That stuff is all the same. Consts should be okay. Taking them out has not helped me. We can put the things back for all the difference it would make. Oh, we can't undo. Yeah, we can put these back for all the difference it would make. We'll put them everywhere for all the difference it would make. For the things that don't have to be adjusted. Those are things that do. There's one that don't. And I don't remember what the other one was. And it builds because it's fine. There's the smoothing engine. If we run it just like this, it will not give us the same results. But what happens if there's a stage of this and it gets run multiple times, rather than neatly going through each stage exactly once? So it's going to be a little bit more cumbersome. But what we have to do is take this, I'm assuming, take this out, run this code, and then for the second and third times we hit, or the 0 and then 1 and then 2, for the 1 and the 2 times we hit, this variable will already be existing. Because we're no longer using parameter EQP for anything. We'll do that. Then we'll do that. Then lastly, we do this. So this ain't going to work. If I hit build, it's going to become upset. Although some of its complaints are not a problem. We can use this as a bit of a reference because we knew that it was going to have a problem with this because we're redeclaring these things each time. These are the things we get to redeclare each time. The larger problem is that the array values keep referring to a P which does not exist. But there's a thing we can do about that. And the indenting is just showing us what's going on. And then we have a warning. We build again. There's a problem. Hit it's only the very first time. So here's where we do a little find and replacing to see if we can, oh, boring you say? I own an ESQ1, a real one. ESQ1 is not as boring as you think. If we're thinking of the same thing, it is able to take polyphonic aftertouch. That's pretty cool. Anyways, back to this. We have a find and replace to do 3 times. Here's the first. And we're going to make sure to replace only in selection. There's our first. There's our second. And then finally, our third. Once we do that, it builds. So, we haven't fixed the indenting yet, nor have we fixed the rest of the system, because this is just the pre-version. If this does its job, then this is what we must now do for console X3 channel and bus. Ooh, presentation of ESQ? Huh, okay. I don't know the difference. If this fixed the bug, it says something very specific. Let's find out. And again, BESIQ4 is correct. That is running 3 stages of this exactly as specified. Console X3 pre is not yet correct. Alrighty. So, that didn't do it. That didn't do it. So if I comment out all of the EQs, then it's fine. Let's make sure that's true. Well, that didn't work. So now we got dynamics. And now we got tape pack. Oh, are you taking up less? No, you just scrolled past faster. That's not less space at all. And then there's low pass, high pass. So if we do this, oh, settle down. We've narrowed down the problem to console X3. Bypass. Only thing left is that we're not using this anymore. But if we use this as a standalone plugin, it's alive and it works. But in console X3, all of a sudden that is broken. So why? I think it's a very legitimate question. Why is it broken in console X3 but not in Bez? Is this any different? There's all of our defaults at 0.5 again. Oh, well, at some point I'm going to stumble across a reason. At some point there's going to be a reason for all this. We haven't got there yet. What do we got here? Well, that's the control smoothing section. Okay, the way we've got this phrased here is not quite the same, but that should not be a concern. We've renamed it to BESIQ total. Logically, we can backport it to here. It's not going to build, and that's because there's one change that lives up here. And that absolutely should not make a change with anything. But we're going to find out whether it did or not. It 1000% shouldn't. Ooh, I'm glad you discovered Take Care. Take Care is a pretty cool little plugin in its way. Inspired by the Caretaker. Okay, let's see if we made this be now padded. It's not supposed to be. I guess not. As expected, no change. Not actually different. So it's not in the H file. It's in here. Let's look at this stuff. Let's look at this stuff up here. Unused values. These values are not different. This is the same as it is up here. Refs are pointing to different things, but they have the same settings. And I mean, the overall thing works. It makes a sound. The level is off. I don't know why the level is off. these things should be correct. That is a difference. Why is this organized the way it is? I can't help but notice that it's saying LALB and LC, but it's going C, B to A. I don't know that that should be any different. It was working okay over here. But there wasn't as much to this. This uses smoothing. C equals B, B equals A equals the input thing coming in. Here. And then we generate lerp. And we do in fact have, well, this is longhand. Is this the first I'm trying to do anything quite this fussy? We're sure not smoothing Bezier Q4. Bezier Q4 doesn't have control smoothing. Purist console, it does have smoothing, but it's not being shortened. Console X3 is doing a shortened version that's not the same as this. Presumably that means I can close Bezier Q4. So it could be a matter of smoothing again. This is the stuff that I'm replacing. And we're making consts, but that should not be an issue. Times lerp, that becomes LC. This is the same as lerp times lerp. A times lerp, so that seems to be saying the same thing. Do we have the same number of parentheses? Yes. Do we have the times 0.5? Yes. If I understand how consts work, this should be fine. Times 1.0 minus lerp times 1.0 minus lerp. That should be fine. Plus paren gain LC blah blah blah. Paren heights blah blah blah. Then the second level times 2 times this should be normal and fine. This has no business acting any different. And yet, this is the only thing I can think of that is the slightest bit different. Okay, so there is, oh, hello. What does lerp say then? Says Bezier cycle times Bezier trim. Well, shucks, that says the same thing. That's not different. That's not any different. And end expensive control calculations. Here's where the control engine happens. So it's going to have plus equals Bezier res. And it does. It goes to 0 if it's larger than 1. That is also correct. This is the same text. This is not different. As soon as we get into double lerp equals Bezier cycle times Bezier trim, which is after this update, and here's where all the update goes. And then this stuff, only change here is that we are trying to define stuff like this. So here's what we're going to do. Put that aside for later. Let's put this to the original form. In fact, I may be looking at the original form rather than what this is using. Or maybe I'll just look at what I see here. I don't know. I could copy it from either. Okay, that has taken LA there and replaced it with longhand. Doesn't seem to read stuff in comments. That's handy. All right, see you later, grunts. It's nice that scope doesn't include stuff that's commented out, because if it turns out I need to put this back anyway, that'll be a mercy. There. Longhand for that one. And we'll finish it off with this one. That's meant to be exactly the same as in the other one. First, we'll find out if it builds. It does, and it has warnings. What are these warnings? Well, that's funny. How did that suddenly change? Isn't that interesting? All of a sudden it has new warnings, and it makes no sense. But there it is. Oh, wait, maybe I know why that is. Maybe it has those warnings because this is all commented out. If you don't have any filter, it's not going to be able to use the warnings. So what should happen now is I'm able to build it. It will not have gain issues anywhere, but it also will not have filters either. Console X pre. Correct. No gain issues, no filters. But gone with you. Now we put it back. There's indentation here, but it shouldn't care. So everything else was alive, but it didn't have gain issues. And the only change that has happened is getting rid of the shortcuts. And now the EQ should be in there. So what we're looking at now is if the gain is normal, it means that the shortcuts I was doing with consts, getting rid of that use of lerp, were at fault. If the gain issue is still there, something is different between the code that I'm working with and the code that is in BESIQ4. Because this is supposed to be the same as BESIQ4, and yet it clearly is not. Or we'll find out. Bypass. Still busted. Still busted, 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 busted. Other than we can apply the filtering all we want. So that's what it sounds like when HMID is cranked up as far as it'll go. If we take BESIQ4, which is not having issues in volume, max of 15, we're peaking at about 15 dB, and we go back to Console X3 pre. Actually, it just did peak at 15. There it is. One of these things is not like the others. This is supposed to be literally the same code. It wasn't. I say that. So doing all of this did diddly squat. We can go right back to this for all the difference it'll make. But here's the question. Okay, these are being assigned. I don't know why I have an extra space in here. I guess I'm just spacing it in a funny way. Clearly, I'm trying to do this with it. I'm obviously trying to make them line up like thus and so. Having extra white space shouldn't be messing with it in any way. C++ doesn't care about white space. These variables are blued out, so they exist. Like if I got that part wrong, we'd see something like this. See, it's in gray, it's not in blue anymore. That means these values are what actually exist in the array. C equals B, B equals A equals the new information coming in. Q's equal these. This is also the same information that we had from before. Zero 0.5 power of 3 plus 2 times 0.333, etc. HQ, mid Q, and low Q. 84, high, mid, treble. That stuff is also the same. What's different? What's different with this? Hey, Anu. Is there something different here? apart from the fact that we're calling it L. Do we have anything on the output that I should care about? Equals high times high plus h mid times h mid plus L mid times L mid plus base times base. So base plus this stuff times low Q L mid minus base, L mid minus base. And then we reconstruct it like this. And then we reuse these things in subsequent stages. Always by directly assigning them again. And LM, M, and HM are the crossovers, so we have 3 of those to make 4 bands. L mid times LMD res. These very much appear to still be... Okay. In these we go D to C to B. So we're actually doing slightly different, but that's because that's within the filters. So that's consistent with what's happening. We're not trying to do the same thing that we're doing. Should we be doing the same thing that we're doing? Cycle gets updated at the end. Brr. That filter is acting different from the control smoothers. Why are we applying... Why are we setting A to 0? Are we doing that here? Yeah. Yeah, that's not actually different. Oh, wait, I know why. No, that does make sense. A0 plus equals L mid L times LMD res. In the filters, what we're doing is every step of the way between filterings, we're creating a moving average out of the stuff that's moving. It's the same as in the compression. is rather than taking a snapshot, we're building a moving average. And that's why the filters are working the way that they do. And for the control smoothers, it's not working that way at all. The control smoothers are taking a snapshot with every new increment coming along. Because we can't, because we don't need to save up a new control position for each control smoothing. They're so infrequent that we can just go from one to the next without having to average out any in-between settings. In fact, we don't want to snap through and the way the control smoothing works, it should be able to go to the final end result eventually. And that is why we're feeding C plus D plus C plus B. And then for the control smoothers, we're doing B plus C plus B plus A. And those don't have an analogy in Bezier Q4, because Bezier Q4 is not using control smoothing. C equals B, B equals the previous A. We set a new A, and then we're working on B plus these various things. Hey, Grins. Yeah, I was still stuck. We're going to take just a cheeky little peek here and see what happens if we do this. No. No, no forwarder. Alrighty. If that worked, it will have some significance. That's for damn sure. All the rest of this stuff should be fine with the Bezier smoothing. I don't know why this wouldn't be. Oh, we have a problem. Didn't like that. Oh, well, there's your problem. You can't do this. Let's not. There I go again, thinking I can make a mess. And successfully making a mess. Okay, so now it'll build. And in fact has done. And here's what we had before control smoothing. No changes in levels. And so here's what's going to happen. Oh, for heaven's sake. if control smoothing is the only problem in console X3 Pre. If control smoothing is the only thing that has gone wrong, no, it ain't the control smoothing's fault. Everything is acting like something is different with this somehow, and I can't tell what it is. It's exactly like there's something different. It's not the control smoothing. It is the filtering. And yet the filtering is not adding up to the same output level as the exact same code in another program. So that's weird. On the other hand, we keep finding things that aren't the problem, so there's that. So this is exactly the same as before. It's also exactly the same as what's in all the other versions. I guess the next order of business is to scrutinize the exact same code vertically. Let's put that up there. This down here. And we're supposed to be able to go through this loop. Everything else is kind of put back to what it was. So this is the condition under which it will run, but it will be padded for no good reason. And if I delete all of the EQ stuff, it's not padded anymore. My code here is indented when it's the code which, if I comment it out, the problem goes away. I feel like I'm looking at literally exactly the same code to the nth degree. Only difference is, in one case it's doing a loop, and it's going 0, 1, and 2. And in the other case, it has it hard-coded because it is placing each of those in a distinct place. There's a further experiment that could be done. I could move them until they are vertically stacked in the same way that the other one. And of course, when it says lmid times equal mid q, instead it says lmid times equals Bezier mid q, which I don't believe should be getting changed on the fly. So in theory, that should be safe. We should be able to do that. That is a smoothed parameter. That's what the Bezier thing there means. And then here's the bottom. Oh God, excuse me. I think I yawn so much because all of this is tiring. And high gain, instead it's Bezier high. H mid gain, Bezier H mid, Bezier L mid, Bezier base, and then when I don't have it smoothed, actually no, didn't I just try that and find that it didn't fix a damn thing? I feel like I just tried that and it didn't fix a damn thing. And of course, if these don't change, I think we get the original behavior back. And then that's all for Bezier Q4, the version that works, that is. Those appear to be in the right places. Yep. So that's the one that works, and these ones don't. If we comment out these sections, we can effectively make it so that the Bezier Q4s, it's not 3 at all. That at least is something that I could update. After all, we've established that it is Bezier Q4 and it does actually work when it's inside Bezier Q4. It's here that it's giving me fits. So here we have dynamics and here we have TAPAC. Which don't appear to be changing any of our variables. So here we have only the Bezier cube and nothing else. We don't need to continue to demonstrate that Bezier Q4 is giving us normal results. We just set it to default. And if we have only the Bezier Q factors, it's immediately padding it. This is now gone. It doesn't actually do anything. I suppose I could check to see whether the smoothing is working on those as expected. Yeah, it's a slow reaction. That's what smooth is supposed to do. Also, position no longer does anything. As expected. That's what it's supposed to not do, is not do anything. Because it's been removed. Okay. What's the deal? So it makes the final high and mid. It makes mid. What is the deal? So we've taken out these things in between it, so it's supposed to be able to just out of curiosity, I wonder if I can plunk the code from the other one in there, complete with its loop, and see if it does anything. That is absolutely something to try, because I've tried everything else I possibly could. I'm going to have to make some changes, but I can absolutely try this and see if it does anything. Copy. And then let's copy, let's literally make that go away. And that. And this. And then let's paste this in and see what we have to change in order to make it be alive. It's going to be a fair bit. I mean, one thing I can do is simply try to build it and see what blows up. See what blows up. Okay, it needed some of these things. We're making them out of this stuff. So it wants high Q and mid Q. And then these. So what are we going to, high, capital H mid, capital L mid, and base. Okay, Build succeeded. Did we just take BESIQ4 that works in the one context and make it not work in a completely different context? Nobody knows, but we're about to find out. So in this context, we're not cutting levels. We've taken it, we've plunked it into here where we have some Bezier controls in it. And we're not cutting levels. Okay, that's the something. Something happened. This is the first I've gotten it to actually do the correct thing. So what's so damn different this time? It makes me want to drag it all over into BB Edit and be like, compare front two windows. What the hell? In fact, maybe that's a fine idea. Can we do compare front two windows in Xtrangular? Sure can. So here's what we did. So there's going to be a lot that is the same. And by the same, I mean freaking different, not the same at all. So we'll amend some of those things now. There. Those are now the same. We'll make these the same too. And then lastly, base. Okay, so effectively what we've done is we've taken away all of the things that are supposed to be different. One of these things is not like the others. What do we got? Compare to front documents. Oh, interesting. Do we have a bug? If so, in which one? Because that's really the question, isn't it? One of these is bugged out, but which one is the bugged one? Interestingly, everything else is the same. So on the second one, it looks like that's what it's supposed to be doing. Logically, even though in the first one, we're not getting that volume cut, it should really be H mid that gets the gain correction. So that was a lot to be learned. That was fascinating. Bezier Q4. K. Interesting. So here we generate high. This is the one that works. And then we're generating H mid. This is what it looks like when we're making a Bezier reconstruction. Then we do that. And then we do H mid times equals high Q. High minus equals H mid. That being what we're working on. Then L mid is, this is how we make a Bezier construction. L mid times equals mid Q, H mid minus L mid. So you see what's happening on this one that works. H mid is being generated out of a Bezier reconstruction. We do this, then we do plus equals that, which is the remaining part of it. It's two separate adds here. And then it is multiplied by high Q. But looky here. One of these things is not like the others. This is the one that is correct. I don't know where this came from, but we've got high L times equals Bezier high Q. And that's not the one that's supposed to be multiplied by Bezier high Q, even though it is high L. We're supposed to be working on H mid every step of the way. That is a very serious bug, which I don't really quite know where it came from. But bringing it into Text Wrangler on the main computer, it's BB Edit. Bringing it into Text Wrangler and comparing the two front windows revealed that there was a space that looked like it made sense because it said high L here next to high Q there, but it is in fact HMID that we're supposed to be manipulating this entire time. And nothing has to be commented out. And this part doesn't have to be disabled in any way. And we ought to be able to close that now. And we go and find the same issue everywhere else it appears. There should be no further issues with any of these things because that wasn't the bug. Left and right versions. We haven't updated all of this yet, but that's probably fine. Actually, no, might as well. Oh, and wait, that's going to be more effort. Well, we'll do this part first. It should amount to behaving the same. Okay. Second instance. Third instance. And same deal. None of the rest of this ended up being the problem. This has to say HMID. Down past the compression. Second BESIQ. We're not going to strip it from, we can just leave it set to 2 and that should be fine. HMID has to have that change. Second instance. Here's tape hack. Third instance. Build that. And having now addressed that typo, I don't know where it came from. Clearly I wasn't copying it straight over. There must have been stuff left from a previous version where it snuck in somehow. It looked like it made sense, it's just that it didn't. Now, operating normally. And on to Console X3 effect stack. Sounds kind of messy, but we no longer have a weird random pad built into it. In fact, we can stack up 3 levels of it. Dial it back a tiny bit, or boost it again. So it's driving kind of hard, but that's a fixed thing. Now all I got to do is a bunch of tedious busy work, which I'm going to do in a moment. For right now, what I'm going to do is rinse out my coffee cup and put this on again, so that I can go and use my facilities, rinse out my coffee cup, and then we'll get on to doing the tedious little busy work. Here, let me pick a different one too. What's this like? Back in a moment. Not as much of a moment as previously, because I won't have to make a cup of coffee this time. Hey, I'm back. Ought to be able to stop that business now. So, hello, Giovanni Cirilla 1805. What sort of help do you need? Certain things I know about, certain things not so much. So you may as well ask. If I can help you, I will. In the meantime, I've just succeeded in getting this bit to be fixed. So what I can do is go about doing the next bits that I needed to do. And while I'm in the middle of doing that, I can certainly ask any question you might have if I can answer it. Or I can answer a question you might have if I can answer it. If I can't answer it, I'll say I don't know. You can't do better than that. That's the best I can offer. Meantime, I'll, I guess, do this step by step is the reasonable thing to do. Here's X3 bus. All the rest of this works fine, so that's not a problem. This part was okay. All this stuff was okay. This is the part that I've just fixed, because this said the wrong thing, just right there. And the next thing is to remove that. And this. And remove this. Also, we're not going to need that. These get reused. And lastly, remove this. Except it's not really lastly because there's more. But I'll show you what that is in a moment. Because all the rest of this is going to work, but now I have to make each of these sections, post, the pre, mid, and post, say numbers instead of P. In selection. Then same thing for mid becomes 1. And And the last one becomes 2. At which point, this didn't actually build. Interesting. Maybe it's because I forgot to define it. Or maybe there's something all the way up here. No, it wasn't that. Sometimes you go and look for the first problem. It might live all the way up top. Or indeed, maybe I'm thinking, yeah, so that was a problem. But then we also don't need these. And then we're good to go. Only thing we have to do is re-indent. Oh, let's select everything and then re-indent. I think it only wants to do stuff when you select it. So we start under here and then go from here. That's much less tedious than re-indenting everything by hand. Format, re-indent. Sure enough, it successfully did all the re-indenting. And it is not smart enough to be obnoxious about it, so that's cool. Technically, we just finished console X3 bus. Oh, no, we did not. We did not. But we're closer to having finished it. There's further things to do that I'm not giving credit. But we're now going to go and do exactly the same thing over here. See, this needs to go away. EQP needs to go away. Possibly LHQ can be redesigned, because it doesn't have to be only a switch now. It's acting like a resonance control, even though it is only a... You could have it be separate low-pass and high-pass controls for the resonances of each of those things. Do you need to? Do we want to? It is a fair question. I don't know what the answer is, but it's a fair question. I could also have it default to what it is in cabs. That's a distinct possibility. Then it would default to acting the same, but you could override it if you wanted. Or we could just throw our hands in the air and not have it be any different. I kind of like the idea of having it, being able to push it a little harder. One thing at a time, he says, although he never does one thing at a time. What do we got? Did we do all the fixing for this? Or have we not done these fixings yet? Nope, it looks like we did the fixing for this. Otherwise, it would say high L times equals Bezier high Q, which looks like it should be right, but it wasn't. Oh, and I remember I ran this as the full chain and it was still fine. So yeah. So we do this, and then that. We do this. And then that. We do this. Up. This. And then that. That's the final one. And then we do all of the replacing things with 0 or 1 or 2. Like this. Pre becomes 0. Mid becomes 1. And post becomes 2. Then if we can skip down below this, but trim switch on down. Format re-indent. Next thing you know, the EQ. I mean, another thing that we could do is put in code so that it completely bypasses when not actually being in use. In order to do that, we would go and check to see whether literally every one of those gain levels, high, H mid, L mid, and bass, are at unity gain at 0.5. If that condition holds, we could skip literally each of those stages, because it would amount to doing nothing. I'm not sure how common that's going to be that it would be worth doing. I'm also a little bit curious as to whether I have anything in any of this, bypassed or not, that would actually count for changing the sound, and there are ways that I can experiment with that. Firstly, let's build this. Oh, I forgot part of the stuff. Don't mind me. These are fine. These are not. I could double click on where it says double, but then it'd also have to remove the space. I don't feel like doing that, so I'm not going to. Instead, I will just select it all as needed. This is the bit that I forgot, but it's the final one, apart from going back into pre and dealing with the indents, as I never fix the indents in pre. Swear to God, on Thursday I'm going to revert to tinkering around with some simpler, smaller plugin, because the size and scope of these does get exhausting. Got there. But the good thing about it is that it does at least work, so there's that. And I mentioned pre. Here's all the stuff that could be indented better. Shouldn't require any further changes. You can see that it's all sort of like in paragraphs rather than in separate different files. I just like it that way. There's people doing construction. I don't know what that just did. Balance. Oh, okay, so it just expanded outwards to the enclosing curly brackets. That's what that did. Which is fine. We'll just re-indent from there. Looks right enough to me. Yeah, so I could set it up so that it doesn't run any of this stuff unless it has to. For now, however, we've re-indented. Balance didn't actually do anything. Let me show you what balance presumably does. Look, see. Select this little bit in here, and then format, balance. Okay, so it selected that. On the other hand, if I select this amount, and then go format, balance, see, it found a thing where these are the enclosing statements. I wonder if it'll do it for parentheses as well. Better not move that though. Here's a little section in there. Format, balance. It's finding whatever the logical thing is that you're working within, and it's encapsulating what's contained within whatever that thing is. So if we do a large enough space of stuff in here, it will balance within these curly brackets. Or if we go a little bit larger, it'll expand outwards to the largest enclosing parentheses or curly brackets or whatever. Yeah, well, I'm hoping it was people doing construction. It's possible that it was neighbors having some kind of crisis. That's much less likely. It's not unheard of, but it's much less likely. But I do know there are people doing construction, so it could very well have been that. If it was my door, it would have been a lot louder. And an alarming thing to have. I would put on mean camera or whatever and be like, here, watch whatever the hell this is. Okay. So, the next question is, what shall we do with the high pass and low pass? Because the high pass and low pass get to have a new control on them. And I've got a whole extra control available now because I'm no longer doing EQ position. Turns out the best possible EQ position is one stage before, after, and between the compression and the saturation. Namely, if you want to do saturation, it's probably happier to do boosts or whatever both before and after them. Because I had it set up where I could hear the difference. I could hear what it did in each context. And I found no benefit to placing all of the EQ either in front or behind. Also, I'm finding another thing. Let me take a moment and push a button on my control. Sort of late in the day, mind you. Like my levels keep wandering around and I don't know why. I feel it maybe is the A10 Mini Pro that is picking up random settings somehow. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. I just noticed that it was coming off quieter for some reason. No good reason, just some reason. Alrighty. Another possibility is just to abandon the idea of doing the high pass and low pass steepness. And while I could do that, I do wonder whether there's anything to be gained by it. So let's see. So we're going to be hearing that through my little auxiliary speaker. And we can pick a guitar sound, and we can pick like pre, which is quite capable of doing a guitar sound in mono. So there's a continuing guitar sound. We'll just make it loop. So here's low pass. And here's high pass. And then if we play with the Q, here's the thing, which does not have to be a 5-position switch. Currently it is a 5-position switch. With the very low Q, it's got kind of a clean quality. So if I use two different controls on this, I could make it so that the low pass and the high pass each have a different cue, while keeping them the same basic thing. And that's maybe a little bit cumbersome. It kind of suggests that there's a lot going on. That said, I do have a low pass and a high pass, and there might be some benefit to allowing there to be a resonance control on it, even though it technically is not actually a resonance, it's number of poles. And it can be disabled by cranking them to their most extreme settings. So that's a low pass. But then if we make it steeper, that's not how to do it. That's not how to do it either. We have more poles. It sounds like it's a resonance, but it's actually not. And here's the thing, we can have more granularity on that. And that might just be an appropriate use of the extra control, leaving us with the same number of controls. We just have to rename and reorganize them a bit, which we're already going to have to do because input needs to be at the very top because it happens first. Input is a switch, and the EQ position and LPHPQ need to become, I guess, low Q and high Q. And they should be following the same basic rule of turn them up to make them steeper. Hopefully that will be, and then it's just a question of, do we have the low pass go clockwise to lower? Because what I'm currently doing with low pass and high pass is they have to go to opposite sides. And if I have a low pass and a high pass cue, and they increase by turning them up, then in order to make the low pass drop, you move it to the left. But in order to make it steeper, you turn its cue to the right. But it kind of makes sense. And then the only remaining thing is the default setting for this cue steep? Or is it shallow? Because again, we can have it be nice and shallow like this, which means also that it's not going to be affecting the sound very much. And that maybe is a good default. Because you can cut it off completely either way. They cross over a little bit to give it a resonant. And the steeper you crank up these settings, the louder the crossed over part becomes. That's a real transistor radio sound right there. Ooh, let's see what happens with smooth. Lovely. Let's go a little faster. Okay, so we do that, and you can design your own fake wah pedal. Set up the high pass as needed and use the low pass to become a fake wah pedal. And we probably do want to make the Q factor a little more customizable, but it responds nicely to smooth. Mind you, if we have it at the default of 0.5, it can still hint at being a little bit warbly. It sounds a little bit sputtery. But it doesn't take that much to take it off at that again. Okay, got a plan. Couple of plans. Oh, also it is 4:13, so I got to take a moment and go and thaw out some cheese for tacos, because I get to have tacos again tonight. We're going to do that. Be right back in half a moment. Okay. I'm back. I would have been a lot quicker, except for I spilled cheese on the floor by mistake. Sometimes I'm just fed up with myself, man. No matter. I got it cleaned up, which is what I needed to do. And it's all good. So next thing is deal with some of this. Some of it needs to be custom for each version, and some of it does not. And the bits that are custom might fit as all one section before the final two controls, which will be pan and fader or just fader. And I guess we'll find out what that's about. And I will have cheese for my tacos, even if I mistakenly spilled some of it on the floor like a dirt. Cleaned it up nicely, and it's all fine. We're going to get busy doing this, and then we're going to straighten it out. Trim stays as an integer. EQP goes away, and LHQ becomes a 0 to 1 control. But then we're going to put a custom scaling on it. And I'm also wondering whether I want to have the smoothing control, I don't know, like maybe at the very top of everything could work. Put it out of the way. Put it out of the way, like over the top of even the trim control, which goes on the top of everything else. Then this is no longer a thing, and this stops being quite the same. So I guess first let's change the names of these things to what they're going to need to be. And we'll change the numbers to what they're going to need to be. LPQ and HPQ. Then we're going to start moving them to their relevant places. It's going to be lob LPQ, hip HPQ. That's where that's going to move. I'm now wondering whether this is the time to move everything too. Hey, Snurble. Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty positive about this because I finally I solved that gain problem. All right, see you later, Grins. Next one, I will be back on Thursday. Might not be doing coding on plugins. There's also Godot stuff to do, but it could be coding on plugins because we've been working through the backlog a little bit. There is more stuff that could be done. So these could be positioned any way I want them. But this is also a fine time to reposition them now. Which we can do like this. There, now we set that up for everything else. Oh, and here's an issue. They definitely need to be floats. moreover, we might as well run the compression and the saturation into each other, knowing that the EQ is distributed throughout everything. So we got smooth and trim, we got the filters, we got the compression, we got the saturation, and then we got the low pass and high pass with their resonance filters, which don't start out as being super steep, but you can crank them. We should be able to crank both of those to 25 instances, or not if you don't need to, and then there's fade on the bottom. Here we excuse. That works. And I believe I had smooth on top of everything. On the GUI versions of these, I found that it cared what order they were in. I don't think this one cares what order they are in, at least in terms of defining this stuff. But the GUI version made using Pamplejuice, I remember as caring what order everything was in. So we're going to try to deal with that as we see fit. I don't know if this... I know that this should not have a unit attached to it, so we're going to lose that. Or rename it. And let's see, these move up to the top. That can go together. That can go together. And then we got to move this down to here. And then that's going to be the sequence. I think that ought to do. Oh, more changes. Come on, fumbly fingers, get your act together. Derping it like mad. Okay. Almost okay. Now it's okay. So with this stuff, I should be able to copy it directly to the other ones. And this might be a fine time to do that, because this is the H-file version of this stuff. And everything apart from there being a pan pod in the other instances is pretty straightforward. So here's where we're copying from. Here's the bus version. Here's the channel version. There's the bus H file. There's the channel H file. Only thing changing here is up at the top. So as you can see, we've got all this stuff going on, and then we've got a pan control. Also, the enum needs to be brought up to speed. Let's immediately do that before doing anything else. Smooth first, then trim, then the filter stuff, then this, then tape. OPQ, HPQ. And we interleave those between the actual low pass and high pass. And we make sure to get all of this exactly right so that we can go forwards with it and have it make some kind of sense. And it's 20, and then there's 21 when you include the fade. Meaning the rest of it's going to be exactly the same. So all we've got to do is fix that and then go through and copy and paste each of these things into their relevant spots. And we'll be good to go. Derpy fingers again. Told you about those derpy fingers, man. And good to go. Still have to reorganize the C++ files, but this is the shape that everything else has to be in. And all I'm going to do is make sure the pan stuff is sitting in its own place so that I can straight up just go and paste in everything else that's needed. Kind of like this. So first order of business, the names of everything. And it's all floats except for the one that's an int because it is a shift in of bits gain trim. Right up top. I could put ridiculous amounts of gain into that too, but I don't feel the need. It's fine. Have not run into situations where I needed that to be different so badly. Copy. And right down to where it says pan. And let's scooch this up so that I can get a hold of not you. This. Likewise, right down to where it says pan. Boom. Then same deal. Up to and including the fact input says trim, EQ, freak, comp, and then more says tape on the end of it, which is a reasonable description. And then we don't have anything on the low pass and high pass. They're a whole block to their own. Right down to fader. right down to pen and then fader. And lastly, the arrangement of these. Right down to fader. Got little spaces between as needed. And we get to leave pen and fader as they currently are because there's only one extra control. Doing the VST versions of this is going to be kind of cumbersome, but that's my burden to carry. And save and save. And that's our H files taken care of. Next, we have these files, which may be more cumbersome. And there's definitely going to be some changes to be had. Not down here. Are any of frequency? Yes. And that's legit. I don't think any of these are smoothed. I think instead it's kind of like this. LH poles is now referring to something that doesn't exist. So let's attend to this a little bit, shall we? Firstly, that's not how that goes. We are going to add 1 to the end. And got there. So we're going to want to do that. It's stepped, but that's fine. But we don't, it's not quite this simple. We're going to add 1 regardless. Our maximum number looks to be 25. So we're going to go up to 5. And we're going to put it on a slant. By which I mean it's going to be a logarithmic taper. Also, as long as we're being tricky and stuff, yes, 5 times 5 is 25, but then 5 times 5 plus 1 is 26. And we're actually shooting for only going to 25. This was originally designed around an integer input value. We're not going to be using an integer input value, so what we can do is make it a steeper taper so that it swoops up to that really sharp factor more slowly. And they only go up to 1 currently. And that means this all is going to change. And that means, well, this has its custom unit. All this is going to be rearranged. And this stuff stops being integers. It's all going to get rearranged and rejiggered until it is in the correct orientation, and then I copy it over to the other ones. But I'm doing it all for this one right now. I got like 20 minutes or so of stream. I bet I can get this done before the stream is done. It's kind of cumbersome, but I bet I can do it. Doing things like this. Smooth was up top. So we set smooth in front of trim, and then that part's more or less ready. But we see that these are not in blue because they're not the correct enums. So LPQ, and high pass Q. And then smooth and trim got to move up to the very top, which I may just be able to do with a drag and a mouse wheel. Let's find out. Nope, but I can drag and scooch. That goes up to the very top. Ooh, that jumped around. But we got there. Ratio, then more, which is saturation. LOP, and then immediately LPQ. I can copy and paste this into the other ones. And then HIP and HPQ. And then we've got fader, but there will also be a pan for the rest of these. But that covers it. And then they are generic, and that is the correct sequence. And we have not yet do I have a cube root on calculator? No. I got a square root. I don't have a cube root. But what we're going to be doing is power of 3. And this is actually power of 3. So what we can do is go what seems like it would be a likely number to get me to 24. 24 plus 1 is 25. 25 is our maximum setting. We'll find that number, and then each of these will be that number to the power of 3. So what if it was 2? Nope. What if it was 4 to the power of 3? Oh, no, that's way too big. Well, then what if it was 3 to the power of 3? That's slightly too big. And we can do floating point numbers in here perfectly fine. And it has to get to 24 rather than like 27, because it's plus 1. Grant, I could just increase the maximum steepness. Let's find out. 0.25 I'm expecting, see what we're doing is we're getting this, we're multiplying 1 by this to get our maximum possible value, and then the end result should get us to 24 exactly, or thereabouts. But it is not, because we're trying to get to 24. Or I'm warming to the idea of just making it be 3. It's parameter times 3 to the 3rd power, and then plus 1, and then I'll just make the maximum of it become like 28, and you're good. Or 29, I guess it would be. And that will give us slightly more maximum steepness for making really, really steep resonant filters that sound extremely crazy, because it defaults to not steep at all. And it'll also not eat as much CPU if it's not as steep. But I have a positive feeling about this. Let's give it a try.
Power off.
Power off, says the community. It's cool. We're done with the monitoring that stuff now anyway. I'm still quite enthusiastic about building a couple of more of those and using them as studio mains. But obviously in my copious free time. Today we're doing this. So yeah, 1 times 3.0, power of 3 gives us 27, plus 1 gives us 28. So if we make the arrays go to 29 rather than 26, we've got it covered. Bada boom. And the nice thing about that is we do not actually have to, oh, yes, we do. That apparently is let's give it a little extra space. We'll loop it to 28 and we'll default it to 29. That's found down here. And we're going to need to go and copy that over to the other ones, which is fine. We haven't quite finished though. We got this, so this needs to get copied over down to 15 minutes a stream. I'm comfortable running with this. That does mean we have to go and attend to those other details. If I don't, it will bite me in the end. So these have to go up to 28. There would be an enum, except for it's just a stack, so I didn't need to make it be an enum. Polls as cubic. I don't understand. Power of 3 is cubing it. that is technically what it is. It is cubing it. No, we're not going to count it 286. So that needs to be attended to, and this needs to be attended to. Then we're going to run in here and make sure this is covered. 29. Same here, and then we should be able to move on. It's a bit like whittling. I was hanging out in a Discord this morning with people all talking about the merits or non-merits of AI and etc. Oh, I mean, it would be exactly the same. It's not going to be any different. You can do x times x times x. You don't have to use a power function. There's no special reason I'm not. It's not in the audio loop, so it really shouldn't be very expensive. Okay, so we should have that. We should have this. But then if I scooch all the way down to the bottom where the actual processing of this happens, I got a special case where I'm going to find which one is the high pass and which one is the low pass, and this is where I need to type in the correct thing. So H frequency, if it's larger than 0, then we do it. If it's 0, H isn't doing anything. That means it's the H pulse we're using. And that happens twice. It happens in there. Does it happen anywhere else? I don't think so. Ooh. But we gotta sneak it in here. We'll make that count go to 29. That way it'll count up to 28. And lpols doesn't subtract it, so in that case we don't actually do this. This is how the high pass part works, is it's subtracting what you produced. Low pass is just repeatedly applying it over that. Alrighty, I think I got everything else sorted. So now what I do is I go into where the bus is working. I think I can take a little of that space up. And do these respective changes, at which point I think I can probably do a copy and paste for pasting it to the channel. Here's our low pass, high pass. In this case, it'll give me an error if I don't do it right. but I do believe that might just have done it right. And then with that, it's only the loop. We've made the count the correct number. We'll take everything between begin and end of low pass, high pass. And we'll paste it into the channel version. Here we are. Ooh, I'm hungry for tacos, I tell ya. Boom. That now blanks correctly and refers to L poles and H poles, including with the subtract, because the subtract has to scale it. Funny that it should work the way that it's working. Oh, no, I think it's fine. We are subtracting and we're using low sample R, but we're also altering low sample R as we go. We're only starting it as input sample, so we don't need to put that in here. It's fine. It works. And so having done that stuff, what remains is this stuff up here. This stuff needs to be in the correct order and to refer to the same things. So and up here, and smooth goes above trim. Again, in the GUI version of it, based on Pamplejuice, it seemed to care what order things were in. And since they're using enums, it's easy to set what order they're in. And then more moves to directly under ratio. Yeah, because I had it in a weird order and it was not working properly. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't really think of it in terms of that. Besides, I do exercises at night before bedtime. So that would be where I need dinner. I don't know. I hear ya. I'm just not entirely agreeing. And HPQ. Then tighten up that space. And checking, of course, that this sequence is correct. It appears to be. Threshold, attack, release, ratio, and more. Yep, okay. So this needs to go at the top of these. And then we're going to tighten up the space around that. And put those in there. Getting very close to building it. Should be fairly straightforward to test it because after all I do have a little device that I built in Twisted Wave called an effect stack that contains all of these. Then they're supposed to be like default. And then I believe I've already done this. Smooth trim, gains, frequencies, threshold attack release ratio, more, low pass Q, high pass Q, and fader. So logically, if I select everything down to fader and paste in everything down to pan, I've got this covered. Because unlike some of the other ones, this one's much more consistent from thing to thing. Paste down to pan. And paste it down to pan. And now we'll see whether everything builds. Because technically, in a flurry of activity, I've now done literally everything that needed to be done for these, if I'm not mistaken. So much so that I'll even close the windows as I do it. And copy them to the desktop, as if I'm really, truly, totally done. And then we'll test them out and see if they in fact work and are arranged the way they're supposed to be. As it hits exactly 5. So that'll be cool if it's actually successfully done. No guarantees if it's not done, and if it doesn't work, I may continue rather than going and having dinner. I kind of tend to, that's kind of how I roll. But we might be 100% done with the generic versions of Console X3, having solved some of the big problems I was running into. The gain staging thing, which turned out to be a pretty direct bug. We'll even quit Xcode. Just go incredibly hardcore and like, I bet I'm done. I bet everything is done. Yeah, exercising before bed. Exercising before bed it's a fine idea. You get a little tired and you sleep more easily. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Here's a classic noise. And here's the Console X3. We're going to go through and make sure everything is set to default, because here's the thing, we just rearranged the numbers of things. And I think that repositioned everything. And then I'm going to save the stack. So what I just did there was the arrangement of these are all different now. So I had to hit reset, because what reset does is it repositions. I repositioned all the controls, right? But it was remembering them in order of control. So what I had to do is hit default, and then it set it to the new defaults, and I've now saved that. Like this. So in theory, if I hit play, we won't be able to hear much because we're just playing it off of the laptop now. But actually, no, that's dumb. Power on.
Bluetooth connected.
There. Back on the little speaker. And now, it worked. So here's our channel. We're going to pretend that the bus is just normal neutral. Ooh, I did not... Fader is still 1-to-1 rather than logarithmic. Is that worth going in and changing everything? Could be. It could be. I was talking earlier about how having the fader be a log taper might actually be a good idea. My question was, is this going to interfere with Airwindows? Although technically I could tweak Airwindows. I'm not sure it would. Maybe it'll be fine. The way to make the fader be log taper is thus. I'm honestly not sure why I'm defining a term gain. Let's not mess with that. Surely we don't need. Yeah, see, it was fine. It didn't need that a bit. And then we'll copy that to save the trouble of typing it. I think I'm going to need gain for the next bit, but this one didn't actually need it. We do, in fact, use gain for the next bit. It has a parameter built into it, but we don't have to care about that because we're just replacing this 0 to 1 with this 0 to 1 that's logarithmically tapered. And then we boost it up, and then we're cutting it back with the pan. So we do, in fact, define gain here, but that's fine. And then finally, right down to here. Okay, up here, and like this. Same deal. Here's our level trim, which turned out to be a thing in the EQ code, but we did actually end up perfecting that. I have not found it as such. I do not according to which healthy people? I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me. It has not been my experience. Mind you, I'm not like exercising like a madman until I fall over. It's not really strenuous, just a little bit of activity. And that should cover this. Build that. And then we'll do this little sequence of things. Replace you. And you. And you. And that should give us the really truly finished version with the tapering that I wanted. Huh. Right on, okay. You know, I don't have to believe every notion, but that may very well be a notion. I honestly don't know. I have not experienced that notion. Hasn't really worked out that way for me. And back to effect stacks. Console X3. Now we've got a proper log taper on it. Pan works as normal. We can compress. We can smooth more. EQ is on low pass. Max low pass and high pass Q is not crashing. It's kind of faint. So let's pretend we're doing just the hat. Here's sweeping our low pass down with a lot of resonance. And we can kind of change the flavor of it. And the smoothing works. Everything works. We sure have a lot of gain on tap because of the resonance of the low pass. Yeah, so the low pass, that's real resonant. But you don't have to make it be as resonant as that. I'm going going to call that reasonably successful. Maybe on Thursday we start playing with Pample Juice and see how effectively it could be adapted into the GUI version. There's a few changes that could be done. In particular, I'm wondering whether there is a control layout that I need to do for like plunking the low pass, high pass, and their Q controls into its own little section. But that is a concern for another day. I needn't worry about that right now. I feel like that kind of worked, so that's pretty cool. On that note, I'm going to go and have tacos now, because it's only 5:15. This is not too bad. I had to go too hard. But we got the final logarithmic taper on the fader done, and I think that's going to be the correct choice. It's possible that it will lead to those who use Airwindows. I don't even know if anybody uses it but me. I like it, but it makes things will work a little bit better if people aren't using that and are just using the faders. It should give you more appropriate settings. Airwindows lets you take multiple tracks, assign them to a single fader, and then they all go down together to compensate for the number of faders that got added to that group. So if you had a bunch of faders that were all at equal volume and you assigned them all to a single thing, they would have gone boop down to take the space of one thing at the original volume. And I think it'll probably do that. I'm not completely sure, but we'll see. That's for another day. And again, Airwindows could be tweaked to compensate for that. I just haven't. And I'm a little leery of making it be too complicated because it runs in Reaper as a Reaper action. And I don't like building too much into that. But, again, separate problem. For now, I get to go and have tacos. And I will talk to you later. Be back on Thursday. We'll do something. Bye-bye.